Hello, I'm Bruno. Welcome everyone. Really glad that you are here. Really appreciate it. Today I'm going to try to solve the final Capstone challenge of the web app pentesting course over on xmarter.org. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's probably the best online course on this topic. It's very hands-on course with plenty of labs to practice along, very structured and organized by Tyler. So I think it's really worth the investment, both time and money, because it's really affordable. If you never heard about this course, go to xmarter.org, scroll down to the courses and try to find the Foundations Web App Pentesting course. And you see that it's going to be worth it. So that's what I'm going to do today. You can go and see the course, or if you don't know the course, you can follow along this video and see the things that you are going to learn on that course. For my methodology, I'm going to start the video fingerprinting the server. Then I'm going to do some fuzzing and start using the app as a normal user and then as an administrator, because we have credentials for both. The goal is to find every functionality of the web app and try to list all the functionalities and the possible vulnerabilities that we could test. On the second part, I'm going to get that list item by item, and I'm going to try to find vulnerabilities. So I hope you come with me, enjoy the challenge, enjoy all the process of finding vulnerabilities, and let's get started. Here over on xmarter.org, you can scroll down to the courses section and you will find Foundations of Web App Pentesting full course. I already done the entire course, so I'll click View Course. And here on the left, you have all the modules. And the module 14, it's the Capstone challenge. First thing we have to do is to start the VM. And the first note is to add xmarter.hsm to our hosts file. So let's do that. So to edit the host file, we must use sudo, because the file is owned by root. Then I'll use vim as my editor and the path to the file. Now in vim, to go to the last line, we press capital G, then press O to insert a new line, and we need the IP of the VM, so we go back to the browser, copy the IP, back to the terminal, paste the IP, press tab, type xmarter.hsm, and then press escape to escape the insert mode, colon, W to write, Q to quit the editor, and then press enter. We can check the file to see if we have our entry, and we have here at the end, we have the IP and then our domain, xmarter.hsm. So from now on, when we type xmarter.hsm on the browser, it will translate to this IP of the VM. We can now start by fingerprinting the server. You can use nmap to scan all ports, avoiding pings. We'll define a minimum rate of, let's say, 10,000. Only care for open ports. and at the end our domain xmarter.hsm. We already know that a web server will be running on this machine, but so now it's confirmed that it's port 80, and we also have port 22 open. Let's check again with nmap for more information on those ports, port 22 and port 80. We need all the information on those ports, and the domain goes last. So now nmap will give us information about port 22 and port 80. And when we are waiting, we can start by curling with the capital I to give us response headers on xmarter.hsm, and we have a 200 OK. We have a server, an Apache server with a version disclosure here. Also, it identifies as a Debian system. We also have information about the PHP version. This is a finding, an information finding. And here we have the results of the nmap. So we have port 22, nothing new. We have port 80, open with the HTTP title. So apparently it's a store. We have PHP session, HTTP only flag not set. This is also finding. And we have the Apache server, the same here. And nothing else. Nothing else. So, okay, so we have some information disclosure here about versions of software running on a server. We did a curl here. We could also have used a proxy server like Caido or Burp Suite or Zap, or even Wapalizer. We can check that. We don't need this anymore. Let's open a browser. I'm already tunneling the request via Caido, and here we have Wapalizer. Let's open smart.hsm, enter, and the Wapalizer here identified the server and the version, PHP and Debian as operating system. So Wapalizer or curl or proxy or even developer tools can press F2 here, and we can go to network, refresh the page, xmarter, response, headers, and you should have the same information here. We have the server, Apache, we have PHP. So several ways to fingerprint the server. So we can now open our notes. I have already 2 files here prepared on Obsidian, one for our findings and one for our notes. So far we know that we have an Apache server, version 2.4.56, maybe on a Debian system. We also know that we have PHP version 8030 and we have two open ports, port 22 SSH and port 80 HTTP. So now we can go to the web app and start using the app. But meanwhile, we can also start fuzzing because it will take some time. So let's do a dir search to our endpoint http smarter.hsm port 80. And let's pipe this to a file called smarter.dirsearch. And let's start this. And on the other tab we can use ff. I don't know if that's the correct way to pronounce this program, but that's what I use. So user, the word list will be user share word list. Let's use seclists, DNS I think, no, discover, and DNS, and the subdomain file it's bitquark subdomain top 10,000. And we also have to specify our endpoint, http smarter.hsm. It's not correct. I have the typo here. So xmarter.hsm, and now we need another file stating that host is fuzz.xmarter.hsm, and we'll use the AC flag to automatically calibrate the filtering options. It's easier on us, so let's press enter. Let me stop this because all these lines, it's because Tmux had a split, had two panes, and he always does this. So this one is stopped already, but let's zoom out on this pane, zoom in on this pane, repeat the command and wait to see what will happen. When admin here, admin strange. Okay. So let's get back to the browser. So our goal here is to become an user of the application. So we must understand the application as a whole. I'm not going to start hacking or start finding vulnerabilities right now. I'm just, the main goal is to become an user to the application, to understand the functionalities of this application. So the main page, it's very simple. So we can start by seeing each link of the page. This xmarter here on the top left, on the bottom left, have xmarter index.php. So we already knew that was a PHP application. We have search products here. It's a search bar. I'm assuming we have products here below. So let's see. Let's try to find hoodie. And yeah, it works. It goes to another page, store.php. So let's get back. So we have search products, home, which is index.php. Then we have store, that's another one. So let's open a link in new tab. We have a blog, blog.php, community forum, forum.php, login, login.php, register, register.php, and we have no more links here at the top. Job now will redirect us to store.php. I'm looking always at the bottom left to see the links. Then we have select language. So index.php and the language parameter with a specific page en.php, and Spanish will be es.php. Okay, so let's try this. And now we're having the text in Spanish, es.php, and English.php. Okay, notice. Now we have here a link to store.php, store.php, store.php. So it means that these are all the same link. It's not linked to the product. Let's check real quick. Import. No. So all the products. Okay, so it's not directly related to the links here. Secure shipping, fast delivery, community support, no links here. Feedback, feedback.php, opening new tab, and dev portal. It doesn't appear to be a link like this, but you can see here on the top left that it's actually a link. Let's open also in a new tab, and it's 404 not found. I'll come back to this. And there's nothing else here. You can also check I pressed Ctrl U, or let me do this again. Right click and view page source. I always like to view the page source, looking for comments or any other relevant information, but no. So yes, we have here that link to dev.hackmaster.hsm / well, nothing new here. So let's start by taking notes of all of this. So we have index. Let's do this. Index.php. And what do we have? We have a search bar to search, what did they call it? Search products. So I have a search bar. On top of my head, we can try some SQL injection, cross-site scripting, something like that. We also have the select language functionality. We can test this for local file inclusion, pet traversal. The search bar, would redirect us to store. Okay. So let's take note. Search bar will redirect this to store.php. This way I know that when I get to the store PHP, I'll have to test for this functionality. So select language. And we also had that link to a dev portal. I'm not sure what is that, but it's broken link. We'll see. Oh, you can see it now. This one, it's a broken link. But we have some information here. So we have dev xmarter.hsm, which is not found. But this, with the domain here, maybe it's a typo, and let's check dev like a subdomain. So let's imagine inspect here. Let's imagine this could be a typo. So they could have this / here by mistake, and if it was not here, it would be a subdomain. Let's try that. Oh, of course, it's going to Google because we don't have, the browser doesn't know what's the IP of dev.xmarter.hsm. So let's copy this. Let's go to our terminal. And actually, we have found here a subdomain. Well, let's do this. So let's get out of the zone. Let's create a new line here. Edit our host files again. And let's add, so I'm typing capital A to go to the end with insert mode tab and put dev.xmarter.hsm, and also I want to copy this, copy here, paste it, and xmarter.hsm. Escape, save it and quit. Just confirm. Everything looks alright. X smarter, HSM, yeah. So let's exit and check this subdomain here. So first we'll try dev. HTTP, HTTP dev xmarter.hsm, enter. Oh, now we have a subdomain, developer dashboard. Let's try the other one. HTTP admin blah blah blah. What is this? This is strange, very strange. So I'm not sure why is this here, and why doesn't. Okay, so let's open a new one. Let's copy this. Let's get this and grab for dev. Have dev here, but he doesn't. Why? So we have this strange string here with the 200 OK, but he didn't get the 200 with dev. Oh, this is very strange. Okay, let's try this again. And let's zoom in, clear, do that again. Now we have dev. Wow, this is strange. But yeah, whatever. Have dev here. We have that subdomain via the FF, but the first thing that led us to this subdomain was the browser. That broken link, this here, and we can see a dev.xmarter.hsm. So this is a mistake by the developers, I think. So we can put this here as a finding. Let's do this. So index.php, and we have a subdomain leak, dev portal broken link. Okay, so that's it. Let's keep it running and I'll see. And I'll let it finish and then I'll come back. So here we have on the first page, we have the select language, we have this functionality here. All the other stuff are links that are redirecting us to other pages. So for this one, index.php, it's done. So this one is done, reported, whatever, done. Now I'll move on to the store.php. And at the store here, at this functionality, let me just check something. Hoodie, store PHP, and we have a search with the text. We have a search parameter with the text. And here we also have a search on this page. Let me hoodie, search, and it's exactly the same. So these two functionalities on different pages are the same. So I'm guessing all these links share the same header and footer. So here it's the same, and same, here also. Well, not here, but it wasn't supposed to be like this. So, okay, so let's confirm. So this is always present in all pages, and also this footer. And in the middle of the page is the actual page. So this one is the store PHP, and let's clear. Let's make it like this. So clear. So what do we have here at the store.php? We have products. The footer, the header, this functionality, which is the same, but we can write it down. So search products, and we can test this to SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and I don't know what else. Next, we have a grid of products. We have the it's a link. It's a link to product.php with an ID parameter of 1, 2, 3. This is good for IDORs. 4 and 5. And we also have a link here. Oh, it's the same link. Product.php ID 1, and here product.php ID 1. It's the same. For each product, we have the title, which have an ID. Then we have a description, the price, and the button. The button and the title both have the same link. So here is the same ID 2, ID 2, ID 3, ID 3, ID 4. This one is not available, so it doesn't have the view and buy button. But it has, it has the link in the title. So this is a broken functionality here. The button it's not supposed to be visible or available, because it states here it's not available in your area, but we have the link here. So it's the same as having the button. Okay. So functionalities. This all redirects to product.php. Let's let's notice this. Okay, let's make some changes here in order to read this a little bit better. So I have view and by, and title link, and that will redirect us to product.php. But we can also test this for IDORs. We can try to manipulate the DOM. Manipulation to see if we can bypass the client-side validation for the button, which is not present. So I have to check that. And what else? Well, nothing, because that's all the functionality here on the page, on the store.php. It's the links, and we have this functionality to restrict some products. We already noticed that the link is the same, so we can bypass the restriction already, so we can write this as a finding. So we have on store.php, we have a client-side validation with an exposed link, even with the button disabled. Yeah, that's it. Client-side validation, so the link even with the button disabled. That's it. So back to this, nothing more. So we can check that for an IDOR, and yeah, that's it. So moving on. Next we have we have to check this functionality. So going to product.php, we have the title, the price, and we have a link. It's not a link. So what happened if I go here, click here? Yeah, I'll go to cart.php. Let me take note of this. cart.php. Oh, I forgot the product. Yes, okay. So product.php. We have the functionality. Let's go back. Add to cart. Add to cart. Add to cart. Add to cart. Okay, so product, we have a parameter here, which is the product ID. So we can change this to a 2. Yeah. So I can check this for IDOR. Already here. already here. So here, add to cart. Let me see. Cart. How the hell does he know? Okay, let's intercept this in Caido. Add to cart. Back to Caido. Okay. So I have an action, add, and the product ID. Okay. So let's set intercept off. Browsing. Okay, nodes. And add to cart. We also have IDOR to test. And let me check just one more thing, because we had here products. We have this restricted item here. Let's click on it. Okay, so it's not available. So we don't have the button here, add to cart. So we can check if we can bypass the client side validation. Client-side validation, bypass the client-side, bypass client-side validation. Okay. And there's nothing more to do here on the product.php. So moving on to the card. It's not here, so let's go back. Let's go to one of these, and now add to cart. And what we have here, we have a list of products that we can remove. And remove is parameter also, and it seems to be the product ID. Yeah, I mean, it could be also sequential, 1 and 2. Let's check this real quick. Let's put number 4. Add, and we have number 4. No, it's not sequential, it's the product ID. It's the product ID. So what can we check here at cart? We can check the remove item, and what else? I'm not sure what to check. Well, I can check to see if we remove a product ID that it's not here, what is the behavior of the application. We'll see. Then we have this proceed to checkout, and it's going to redirect us to checkout.php. Cool. So proceed to checkout. And it goes to checkout.php. Okay, so checkout.php, let's check this. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense, of course. So we need to be authenticated to conclude our shopping. Okay, so checkout.php, and we needs authentication. Next. So what I am doing here is I'm going to test all the functionality without being authenticated. Then I will log in as a normal user. I will check again all the functionalities to see if there's something that we have access as a user that we don't have as a non-authentication user. And then I will log out and log in again as an administrator and check again all the functionalities and see if we have additional functionalities to as an administrator. So that's why I'm not stopping here and I'm not going to log in at the moment. Next on the line we have, so we did this store. Now we have the security block. Security block. Have text with more. Well, it's not implemented because it's redirecting us to the same page. So this one going to the store with more to the same page. No, nothing here. It's just text. It's just text. But let me see the text. For developers asking, the old staging site is still active at the usual subdomain. Oh, we already know this. But yeah. This is information disclosure. And also they say not pushing that to the dev environment. So this here, if we think about it, we can get to a dev subdomain easily. Okay, let's put here under findings. This is block.php, subdomain click, more red teaming, blah blah blah, community guidelines. Okay, I think that's it. So for the blog, .php, it's just text. Info disclosure, and it's done. Reported. Now moving on, what do we have next? So I can start closing this. Close. Okay, now we have community forum. What do we have here? We have login, and this is redirecting to login.php. Then we have some posts here and thread.php, ID 1, ID 999, ID 998, ID 997. Okay, so possible IDOR here also, and it redirects us to thread.php, but also you have author here. Okay, so forum.php. what can we do with form.php? We need authentication to proceed, to post, and let me check this. So you can read the thread and you have to log in. So this link login.php, it's right, and login to join the conversation. Okay, so actually we need to come back here, authenticated, to see what can we do. So moving on, needs authentication, that's it. Okay, next one, committee login. Okay, login page, what do we have here? We have username and password, we have a sign in, we have a forget password, redirect us to forgetpassword.php, and we have create account, redirect us to register.php, which is the same as this one. Yep, it's the same. We also have this. We have a redirect. This must be the landing page after the login. Yep. Yeah, that's it. So we can test this for open redirect. Okay, so not the proxy, the nodes, and now we have login. Login.php. Oh, PHP. And we have the URL. Something like next equals store.php. Store.php. And we can see, we can test for an open redirect. Then we have the sign in. The sign in. It's internal. Okay. So let's see. We can test this for user enumeration. We can test this for SQL injection. We can do this for password spraying. And username and password. Okay. Yeah, maybe this one. And then it was the forgot password is forgot underscore password.php. So forgot password.php. Let's try this. Reset password. Enter your email to receive a verification code. Email address, reset code, 4-digit code. That's good. Well, that's bad. And verify. Reset send code. Okay. So what do we have here? Forgot password. We have send reset code. We can test this for SQL injection because we have to input the email address, maybe some client-side validation for the email. We'll see. Then we have the verify code. which we can test if we can bypass two-factor authentication. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, moving on. Forgot password, it's done, and now it's register. Well, let's close this and see. Login, register. Okay, let's do this. Register.php. What do we have here? Username, email address, password, register, login, login.php, so that's always the same. Okay, so register new user, register new user, and you can check this for user enumeration. Can test this for SQL injection, maybe some rate limit, cross-site scripting, weak password policy, along those lines. So everything that we learn in the course, we can test here. We can also test if we can force a new user to become admin. So let's see, force admin. Normally it's like forcing a parameter is admin, or is admin, or admin, yeah, something like this. Okay, moving on. So register, email address, email address. We can also test for email enumeration. Yep. And okay, on the email, we can test for email enumeration and client-side validation. Sometimes the email is validated only on the client side, and we can spot that. Not sure if it's the case, but these are things that we are going to test. So, moving on. I close this. What do we have next? Feedback. Okay, so customer feedback. What do we have here? Name, message, submit feedback, recent reviews, no feedback yet. No links, nothing. Let me A and B, submit feedback. Oh, okay, thank you for the feedback. Have our name reflected here. It has been posted below, and we have A and B here. Okay, so this means that we are not logged in. We are not authenticated, but yet we can leave a customer feedback. So we cannot buy things, we have to be authenticated, but we can leave feedback without being authenticated. That's not good. I don't think that's intended. It doesn't make any sense. So, okay, let's see. Feedback.php, and we have submit review without being authenticated. Have the submit feedback option button. Oh, I'm getting tired now. Which we can test for. It's reflected here, so, and it's store recent reviews, so it's stored in the database. So you can test this for SQL injection. You can test this for cross-site scripting, stored cross-site scripting, and we can, there's a thank you message, right? Yeah, thank you message. We have a thank you message that we can test for. It's reflected. This one is reflected here. This one is stored in the database. This one could be stored or reflected. So let's think of HTML injection. Because I'm guessing it's reflected. More recent reviews. We have displayed name and message that we can test for cross-site scripting, stored cross-site scripting. But one thing is for sure, we can submit without being authenticated. So for me, this is already a finding. So let's put it here, feedback.php and feedback without authentication. Authentication. Okay. Moving on. Feedback. We are done. So now this is not intended to be the main application. I guess we are done. We are done with this part, but we can toggle this one. Development dashboard. Welcome to the Smarter server. We have a version here, but this is an internal version of the server. I don't think this qualifies as information disclosure. Yeah, I'm not sure. So, note to devs, database sync script is currently broken. Please manually import your test data. SQL. So, we already know that we have a database. Okay. Quick links, reload this. Dev, xmarter.nes. Back to production. That's mine. Oh, phpinfo. That's good. Oh, we have the phpinfo. Let me increase this for you to see. That's gold. Okay. Very, very good. So let's put it here. Dev subdomain. And what do we have? Maybe this version disclosure. Let's copy this. Maybe, I don't know. We have also a reference for test data. .SQL. Think. Data. Test data. Then we have the phpinfo link. We also have here disabled links. Okay, database admin and log viewer. Disable links for DB and logs. More. Have a build, so maybe you have Git project here with the version control. Maybe we are testing a new region logging feature on the main branch. Okay, main branch. If you get locked out of the checkout, reset your cookies. Sysadmin. Dev environment, debug mode on, display errors on. Okay. Okay, let's copy this. Put it here. Maybe something to look into in the future. Okay, more. Okay, let's add this phpinfo information disclosure, because with PHP we can, with phpinfo, have information about the system, build dates, build system. Maybe I'll take a closer look at this later, but for now it's a finding. So expose phpinfo. So, well, we have plenty of information here. System info disclosure. Something like that. Okay, so we'll get back to this. Well, we can tackle this now. So what can we do with this information? With version information, we can look up for known CVs. With the internal network details, have it here somewhere, server address, remote address. This could be very good information to lateral movement. Not on this type of assessment, but this is very good information for an attacker. Now, Missconfigurations, here we have allow URL f open, so this could be good to remote file inclusion and SSRF, because we disenable some PHP functions like file get contents and include, require, f open. They all can fetch remote URLs. This could be very dangerous and could be chained with other vulnerabilities or misconfigurations. More, what have you here? Disable functions. We don't have any disable functions, so we have full control of, if you can execute PHP, we can execute all functions. This is very dangerous. Display errors, it's on, so this could get an attacker valuable information. We already know that there are some places in the applications where we can test for SQL injection, and this is very good if we have a SQL injection somewhere on the application, we may have specific errors displayed to us. Let's see. More. What do we have more? Enable DL on. So you can include some DLL or this. Well, this is a Linux service, so some .so files. We can load the malicious SO extensions, and this could also bypass the disable functions. We don't have any, but if we had this one, could enable us to bypass these disable functions. Because if we load a malicious SO extension here, it will run as a C extension level, not at the PHP level. Well, moving on. Error log. Log errors, I'm not sure, but log errors, it's off. So it's not good for the maintainers of the app, because it's harder to detect intrusions of the system. More. What do we have here? Open base 0. No value. Okay. So PHP is not restricted to any directory. So all file systems functions operate on the entire server file system. So you can read sensitive files. If you have a vulnerability where we can read system files, you can go anywhere. We are not contained to a specific directory. This application is very, very misconfigured. I'm guessing, of course, this is a challenge lab. So. Okay, more. What do you have more? I have plenty of stuff here that we can check. Something juicy. Plenty of information. Oh, session. Session is good. So what do we have here? Session. We already saw that we didn't have HTTP only. Oh, yeah, we don't. We don't, so we can access cookies via JavaScript. Yep. cookie secure, it's also off. So the cookie will be transmitted over HTTP connections, even if HTTPS is available. Or use strict mode, it's also off. That means that PHP will accept any session ID provided by the client, even ones that were never issued by the server. Okay. Badly configured web app, as expected, of course. Okay, so at this point, for me, this here, right here, is a critical finding, because this could mean that this is valuable information for an attacker, and this could lead to total system compromise. So for me, critical. We already put this in. Okay, so we already test all the functionality that we could have tested with authentication. Now we can start. Well, before we do that, let's check the findings here. So here, dev, we already saw this. I'm not sure what happened to that strange subdomain that we have found earlier, but this is a VM used by plenty of people working on the course, so sometimes could have some broken functionality. I don't know, just guessing, but I'm going to leave that for now. So let's zoom out here and see the other findings. And what we have here from the dir search. Git ignore. Let's check if this is real. Oh, it is. So we have an exposed git ignore file. This is also a finding. And what do we have here? DB stored as VS Code, IDOR. Ignore all user uploads. We have information of an upload folder. Okay, so finding. Exposed.git ignore. What else? What else? Can go back here. So what do we have here? 403. We have 301 redirects. Login. API. Assets. Config includes assets. PHP already. Forum. And these ones we already know it. Login, logout, product, profile. Oh, profile redirects to login. Answer, status, stored, test. Test is good. Okay, let's clean this up. So let's get we save this. Okay, output file. Oh. Let's get this output file. Okay. And now what we can do, we can grab just for 200s, because the redirects we already saw that is for known, they are all for known endpoints. Have this test here, but we also have this test here, so, and this is a 200, so grab 200. And now we just want the link, so let's reverse the string. Let's cut rid of the delimiter space. Let's grab the first field, reverse again, and we should have only links. Nah, that's good. So we have the git ignore, API, access. We already know this one. Config. Okay, let's copy this. Let's copy this. Let's call this fuzzing. And paste this. Okay, so already saw this. API access card. Feedback, we don't need. Forum, we don't need. Register, store, we don't need. So we have these ones. Okay. Okay, so let's get back to the testing. Now we are going to log in as a normal user, and the user is user, the password is password, and you can log in. And now we have at least a new link over here. Let's check everything. The main page, nothing new. Store, nothing new. Blog, nothing new. Community forum. This one we said that we needed authorization, so for this one, where is it? Forum needs authorization. Okay, so let's see. With authorization, we can publish a new thread. Okay, so you have a title and a content, and you can post a thread. Let's check the functionality, post thread, refreshing. Okay, then we have A and B, user. Okay, so we have the title field. Can check for cross-site scripting. We have, oh, sorry. So new thread. Okay, this is thread.php. But the new thread is here on forum. Okay, so new thread, we have title and content. but then it will be reflected here, also here. Okay, so title, new thread. Title and content. Also need to check cross-site scripting, and also we have the author cross-site scripting. Because everything is reflected here. The author is reflected here, the title and the content, all on this forum.php. This is the new thread functionality. Okay, forum, that's it. Now, if you go to the thread itself, it's thread.php. Let's insert it here, thread.php. And now we have user, title, content, and reply. So on the reply we also have users and the reply text. Okay, so on the thread we have title field, cross-site scripting, user field, cross-site scripting, post reply. We can test for SQL injection and cross-site scripting. And we also have this ID parameter, which we can test for IDOR. So ID parameter, we can test for IDOR. Okay. So we'll continue. So this one. Okay. So this is the form. Now we have this profile user. It's not working. So I had to reset the VM. It was stopped. I have a new IP. It's already in my host file, so you can continue our testing. So let me close this one, refresh this, and there you go. Profile, user, and you have a new page, which is profile.php. What we have here, we have a profile picture located at assets, image, and there we have a default JPEG, but it's not, see, it's not found. Maybe the file, it's not there. Okay, profile picture. Then we have upload avatar, upload file, JPEG, PNG, SVG. Okay, so SVG is a good thing for us. Choose file and upload files. Import from URL. So we can import files from other locations. And then we have account settings. Upload email, password. Okay, upload email address and password. let's go back to the profile. Okay, let's document this one. Okay, forum. Profile, let profile. It was a blog community forum profile. Profile.php, authorization, authentication, and what do we have there? We have a link to the profile picture that we can test for some directory browsing to see what's in there. We have an upload file whitelist apparently with SVG, so you can test for cross-site scripting via SVG. Can try to bypass the filter and maybe some remote code execution. We also can import from URL. So we have to test for local file inclusion, SSRF, yeah. And then we have the manage account settings that will redirect us to manage account settings, update profile.php. And that it's the next entry, update profile.php. Okay, so update profile. What can we do here? Update email address and new password. Leave blank to keep current password. So we update by this button and both get updated. If this is empty, just the email is updated. Okay, so let's write that. We need to test for the update credentials, and we can see if we can update without requesting current password. We can also check for SQL injection, cross-site scripting, CSRF, weak passwords, weak password policy. What weak password policy? That's it. Well, the thread, it's from the forum. Let's change this and put it here to be a little bit more organized too. Okay, forum and thread, that's it. Moving on, and we have a logout also, logout.php. Let's check this. And we are redirected to the login page. Okay. So I think that's it for the normal user. Let's check the admin user. Admin 1, 2, 3. Login. And we have an admin panel here. Let's check it. Admin portal. We have the admin username here. We have global settings that redirect us to settings.php. Manage users. Current page, so this is not implemented. Inventory management, it's also not implemented. So, but we have here this new functionality, new tab. This is just text, nothing really worth looking into it. So, admin portal located at admin.index.php. Okay, so let's put it here. So what do we have here? We have logged in as admin cross-site scripting, more global settings, something, global settings and branding, and branding. This is a redirect to where admin settings. Here and here. So what can we do here? So website name, website logo, allowed formats, JPEG, PNG, and GIF. No, so no SVG here. This is a file upload, and it seems to be a whitelist also. Save changes. Okay. So we have the upload file with whitelist. We can try to bypass the filter and maybe some remote code execution. We have also the save changes. We can test for SQL injection on this field. SQL injection, and maybe cross-site scripting. Okay. So now, these are the new things. We can close this. And now, back to the store. Let's check everything for new functionalities. Nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. Let's check one with replies. Okay. No, we don't have functionality to delete something or edit. No, nothing. Profile admin. Okay, it's the same as a normal user. And here it's also the same, so nothing new. And logout. So the only thing new is the admin panel. We had previously we had this added a few products to the cart and then proceed to checkout, and that required authentication, but not now. So order number, oh, we have the admin email here. Okay, and order placed successfully without confirmation. Okay, well, this is not really a real application, so okay, but this is for an admin. Maybe just because earlier I didn't check this for the normal user. User, password, sign in, view and buy, add to cart, close this, proceed to checkout, and it's the same. The number seems randomly generated. Okay, so, and this is checkout.php. We already had checkout. I don't remember. Checkout. Yeah, needs authorization. Okay, now we already know that the email is displayed. So you have to check for cross-site scripting. We have order number. It's guessable. Let's check this. And okay, I think we are done. I think we have everything. No more functionalities, logout. I think we are done here. So let's start our testing. Let's open our nodes. And our goal here is going to be to check every item on this list for those specific vulnerabilities that we already identified as possible vulnerabilities. So let's start with the first one. We have Apache and PHP versions, specific versions. I'm not going to do this, but normally you should go online and search for vulnerabilities for these specific versions. It's not relevant for this scenario on this capstone, so yeah, I'm going to skip it and we'll go to the next item on our list, which is to test the main page index.php. So we have the search bar, but that will redirect us to the store, so we'll test that that functionality on the store here. Next we have select language, and we can try to reach other files. Let me just recall what we are talking about. So going to the main page, here we have Spanish and English. If you click on English, oh yeah, we have this lang parameter. It's loading a specific PHP file, in this case en.php, but we already know from our enumeration phase when we saw the phpinfo that we can reach other files on the system. We are not limited to a specific directory or folder on the or from the PHP configuration. So we can go for other files on the system, and we can try to reach. This is a Linux server, so let's try to read the contents of the password file. And to break out of the current folder, we can input a relative path like // doing this a few times to break out of the current folder, and then the location of the file. So the password file, let's press enter. Whoa, yeah, that's it. So we have the contents of the password file right here. This is a path traversal vulnerability, because you can read the contents of the file. It would be a local file inclusion if we could execute a specific file. But this one, it's a path traversal, so let's write it down as a finding. On index.php, the main page, we have a path traversal on language selection. So here we this is done. This is done. The dev portal is done. This will be tested next. So the main page is done. We already test everything on the main page. Okay, so moving on to the store.php. We have the search products functionality that we are going to test for SQL injection and cross-site scripting. Why cross-site scripting? Okay, let's go back. This is a normal search. So we have the results here. Oh yeah, because the search term, the string that we pass to the search parameter, it's reflected here from the original location. The original location was here, and then it's reflected here, so we can try to inject some HTML. But no, it didn't work. So there's no cross-site scripting here. Let's go into our nodes, remove the cross-site scripting, and now let's test for the SQL injection. Okay, so for the SQL injection, normally we start by putting some special characters here. There are a lot of special characters that we can put it here, but let's begin with a single quote. And yeah, it breaks the SQL syntax. That's a database error here. SQL syntax, check the manual. And we also have a version, so not a version, but we already know that it's MySQL server just from the error. So let's put it here. MySQL server. And this is a good indication that we can have SQL injection here. So let's start by, I don't know, maybe a union-based SQL injection, because on the normal search, hoodie, we can retrieve data from the database. So we can try to retrieve more data using a unit-based SQL injection. So let's try to find out how many columns we can get out of the database. So let's order by one. We know that this is a MySQL server, so the comments will be -- space, but I like to put this symbol at the end just to not skip the space. And we'll try this, and we have all the products here. So the data that is coming back, it's coming back by more than one column. Actually, we have one here for the title, one here for the description, one for the price, at least 3 more, and the product ID 4, and maybe more. But let's begin by doing this. Order by 10. Okay, so we have a database error, unknown column 10. So we know that it's less than 10 columns. We already know that it's more than 1, less than 10. So let's break it in half. And we know that it's more than 5, less than 10. So let's try 7, because you cannot try 7.5. Search 7. So between 7 and 10. Let's go for 8. And it's not 8, so it has to be 7. Okay, so we know that we have 7 columns returned by the database. Now we need to check which columns are reflected in these positions here. Okay, so let's do a union select, and let's put numbers on it. 7. So unit select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. This will return us all the records in the database, and one more with this data here, and then it will be displayed on the screen. So let's go, and here we go. So we have 2, 3, and 4, but 4 it's formatted. So let's use 2 and 3. So we know that we can use these 2 positions, or even the third one, which is number 4, to retrieve information from the database. Now, I don't know by heart the specifics of the database, the MySQL database, but I have here in my notes a specific site that can help me with that. We can go to this site, and we have a SQL injection cheat sheet. Now, what we are looking for here is you have the MySQL. Oh, well, this is also MySQL comment, this one, so it works also, and we have the -- space. Yeah, both work, but we are not trying to find anything like this. We just want to see. So here, for instance, if you want to see the MySQL version, we can go to the browser here, and on position 2 we can do this and search, and then we have the MySQL version reflected here. But we don't want the version, we want the database, the current selected database. Okay, this is for listing all databases, so this is the one we want. We want schema name from information schema.schemata. Copy. Yeah. So instead of this version, we want not this. We want the schema name, and at the end we put from information schema.schemata, and this should give us more items with the available databases on the database. And there we go. So we have the databases are information schema, XSmarter, MySQL, performance schema, and SIS. So I'm going to focus on this one, XSmarter, and we can check here how to list tables. So select table name. Let's do this. Select table name from information schema.tables, where, okay, let's copy this. And let's go here. Information schema. Let's paste this. The table name is XSmarter. So XSmarter. We have an additional dot here. So let me copy all this and share with you. Let's do it here. So this is the complete string, single quote, space, union select. Then we want the table name for on position 2 from information schema.tables, where table schema equals XSmarter. And then we have the comments. Let's try this. Browser. Enter. And yeah. So we have tables. We have forum posts, forum replies, products, and users. Okay. This is already enough to provide proof that we have SQL injection here. But we can try to get some more information, maybe on the users table. Let me check here. List columns. Select column name, column type. Okay. Column name and column type. We can use position 2 and position 3 for this. So let's paste this. 1 column name, 2 column type, and then from columns where table name and table schema. So copy all of this. Go here. Information schema. Let's paste this. So the schema, table schema is egg smarter. Table name is users. Whoa. And where schema columns, information from information. Okay, so let's select this and go here to show you the complete query. So unit select 1, then for position 2 we want column name. For position 3, we want column type. From information schema, we have an additional dot here that we have to get out. So columns, schema.columns, where table name equal users and table schema x marker, and then the comment. Okay, so let me just get rid of that extra comma here and press enter. Okay, so now we have all the columns from the user table. We have ID, username, password, email, is admin, profile picture, date. Okay, so we can try to get the username, password, and email, and is admin. Let's do it. So we want 1, 2, 3, and 4 columns to retrieve, but we only have 3 available to display on the screen. So we have to concatenate things. And let's scroll here, string concatenation. And we have this function, concat. The column, comma, and the second column. Okay. So here, let me open here a text editor because it's going to be easier to see. I have to increase the font, copy this. And now I have unit select column. Oh. We want username. Then we can concat, and we want the password, and maybe a delimiter here, and the email, another delimiter, and the is admin. So uniselect, for the first field we want the username, and then for the second one we'll display the password, then the space, a delimiter, then the email delimiter, and then the isAdmin field. Okay, let's copy this, Control A and copy, paste it here, and we'll see. Username, it's not in the field list. Okay, username. Let's go back, ID, username. But it's here, username. Did I? Username. Why is this? Why is this not working? Username. 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 Concat. Concat. Should be working. Let's try it another. Database error, unknown column username. Oh. Oh, whoa. From. No, we don't want this. We want from users. That's the table. So we want username, password, email, and isAdmin from users. That's the table. So let's copy this here, paste it, and enter. Yeah, now we have everything. So you only have two users, admin and user. Have the okay. So let's right click and view page source. To see the, you can see that we have for the admin user we have a password hash, then we have an email, and the isAdmin is set to 1, so true. For the user, password hash, user email, and isAdmin is set to false. Okay. I'm guessing these are the credentials that we already had. Otherwise we could try to crack this one and this one. And if the password is password for the user and admin 123 for the admin, it is really easy to crack. But I'm not wasting time with that. So all of this to say that we have on store.php SQL injection on the search products. Okay, so this one is done. And now we can move on to the view and buy, title link, IDOR and DOM manipulation to bypass the client-side validation. So let's get back to the browser. Here, let's go to the store. and we are trying, oh, okay, so IDOR, because when we view here the link on the bottom left, we see that we have a parameter ID 1, ID 2 for this one, ID 3 and ID 4. This one on the title we have ID 5, but this one goes to the product.php. So let me see one thing here. Yeah. Okay. This functionality is the product, but we can test it now. Okay. So let's click on one of these. We have ID 4. We can specify the ID 5, and we can go and see if there's anything else. ID 6. Well, there we have a new one, unreleased, with a ship priced feature tag. So this is an IDOR. So let's make it a finding on product.php. We have an IDOR on the ID parameter. On the ID parameter. So we found a history unpublished. I have unreleased. Found an unreleased item. Okay. So, and now we can see if you can do some DOM manipulation to bypass the client validation. So let's go back. So the thing is, here we don't have the button. So let's inspect this button. I need to get this a little bit bigger for you to see. Maybe that's too much. And here we have product card. Button.buy. Okay, and here button.buy. Okay, here it is. Yeah. Product ID 4 button.buy. And now for this one. Oh, here we have it. Let's open this. If, and we have here the button buy with ID 5. So background color padding, text decoration none. This is from my dark reader. Nothing interesting. Oh, display none. Okay, let's try to remove this. Press enter, and now we have the button. And also there's a disable here. Let me remove this also. Enter. And now we have a working button. Let's close this. It's not blue, but who cares? Click on it, and there you go. We have been able to manipulate the DOM to get restricted functionality on the store.php. So DOM manipulation to get a restricted item. Very good. Okay, what else? So this one is done, this one done. So the store, we are done with the store. And now we can focus on the product. Add to cart. Back. Oh no. Okay, so product. We have this add to cart functionality. But if you go back and go for this one, we don't have the add to cart here, but maybe it's the same, so let's inspect this one also. We have this button here, which is disabled also, so let's try to get this one working. Sorry. And the other one had the display none. Yeah, display none. Let's remove this background. Press enter. Yeah. Now we have the button and it's working. Let's see. Yeah, it works. So also, there's another finding on another page here. We have on the product.php, we have also DOM manipulation to get the restricted item. Okay, moving on. So let's go back and test the add to cart. Add to cart redirects us to, oh, this one was the okay, bypass the client side validation. Yeah, actually, yeah. Let's copy this and put it here also. And IDOR, why? Oh, this was the, let's intercept this on our Caido proxy. Click add to cart, go back to the proxy. Here we have product ID 4. So let's send this to the repeater, or the replay repeater is on burp suite, so Control R. Let's forward the request and stop the intercepting. So we have this product. So now if you go back, we have, let's see here, product 5, product 4. Let's remove the product 5. We have product 4. That was our last action. And now we go to the proxy. and we can say we want product 1. Send 200. OK. Let's go here and refresh. No, we don't want to remove, we just want the card. Enter, and yeah, we have here ID 1, it's the hoodie, and ID 4. So there's another IDOR here. We can manipulate this parameter on the post request and get an IDOR. So product.php IDOR on, what did they call this? Product ID. Product ID parameter post requests. Okay. So product.php, we had IDOR to test, it's confirmed. We have bypass of client-side validation, it's also confirmed. Sorry. So we are done with this testing, and also on this page. Okay, so let's move on to the card. We can test remove item, proceed to checkout. This one will redirect to here. So here we only had to test the remove functionality. So the link here will show us on the bottom left that we are going to remove item with the ID 4, here with ID 1. Let's click on it. Okay, so because this is also on the URL. So we have ID 1 here. Let's try to remove ID 2, that it doesn't exist. No errors, nothing. So another one. Yeah, nothing. 4. Yeah, we don't have any errors here, so it's working properly. So nothing here. Done. This one is going to be on the checkout, so done. Now I'm just thinking about this IDOR. This IDOR and this IDOR, they are both regarding the product ID. And we got, let me just go back here, job, view, and we saw that the number 6, it was an unreleased item. Number 7, there's nothing here. But there's another way of doing this, because imagine that the ID of the restricted, it's not a restricted, the unreleased item, imagine that it was not a 6, it was like 12 or something like that. We could have missed that. So we can do things a little bit different. Let me show you how. We can generate a sequence. The ID started at 1, so let's start at -1 and go to 20 and put the output on the file product IDs.txt cat Now we have a sequence of IDs from -1 to 20 called product IDs, and we can go to Caido, and okay, let's do this like we can turn intercept on here, and here you can go for number 1, hit enter, intercept the request, go to the automate feature pressing Ctrl M, or right click and send to automate. Now we'll stop the intercept, go to automate. Now we select this ID, click the plus item, hosted. I don't have the file, so you have to come here to the files, upload, Capstone product IDs. Now we have the file, go back to automate, hosted file, selected file, product IDs, and run the automate task, and now we have the results for all the payloads. We have 200 OK on all of them. The difference is this length here. Let's do it like this. So number 5, let's preview. Number 5, if it's the flipper 0, that's the restricted one. Number 1, we already know that it's the hoodie. Number 4, also a known product ID. Number 2 and number 6, that's the new one. Number 3, and from -1, 0 and above 7, the length is always the same, and we have a product not found message. So we already knew that product 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 existed. So now we have this product 6 that we found to be a new one. That's another way of doing this. Okay, so back to our testings. Next thing to do is the checkout. Okay, so you can add this to the cart and proceed to checkout, and we need to log in. So I will insert user, password as the password, login. We are redirected to this page again. Okay, let's click here, go to the card. Quantity is 3. If we press on remove, let me see what happens. Removes all 3. Okay. Nevertheless, so add to cart. Now we have this X Smarter hoodie, and we'll proceed to checkout. And now we have a message: order placed successfully. This is bugging me because there's no confirmation message or stage. There's no confirmation stage. I don't know if that's a finding or not, but yeah, okay, we can We can put it in our list and then we'll decide if we are going to report it or not. So on the card we have order, place it without user confirmation. Okay, that's it. And now what else do you need to check? Check out email is displayed cross-site scripting. So let's see. Yes, we have this email here. We already know that this is the email for the user. We saw that from the data from the database, from our SQL injection. The thing is, let me log out, create an account, user2, and let's make this email at email.com. email.com, and now which one? And the password A. Register. I cannot do this. Okay, let's intercept this request. Register. Oh, let's copy this. Provide a valid email address. Register. Go to the proxy. Intercept. And let's paste our HTML, select all of it, URL encode, so convert, replace URL encode, and now for the request, turning off intercept, browser, registration successfully, and now let's log in, user2, password A, sign in, add to cart, checkout, and no. So I was trying to find if this here, if we had something, if we had cross-site scripting here, but we don't. So notes, checkout, cross-site scripting, no. Done. There's no cross-site scripting here. Now the order number, could it be guessed? So we have this order here. Let's copy it. Can use here Control A, Control V. Let's go back, do another order. Mechanical keyboard, add to cart, proceed to checkout, and it's completely different. Let's check the two. So this is the first the first thing here, it's the line number. So let me put it like this. They are completely different. So I don't think you can guess the order number. So also done, and the checkout done for our testing. Moving on, we go to the blog, and this is done already, so done. Moving to the profile, we need authentication. So link to a profile picture and directing browser. Okay, browser. We are logged in, so profile. And now profile picture. Opening new tab, not found. Let's go to the image folder, nothing. Assets. Okay, so we can access this assets folder, GS store. Have this store.js, checking original value. This is related to that button we saw earlier. Vulnerability. Client-side validation only. Yeah, we already knew this. We can report this as informational. Yeah, so I have directory listening. Okay, let's do that. So we have on this is profile. Yeah, from the profile.php we managed to get some directory listing. The path was assets, then we have GS and store.js. Okay, so moving on, and now we can proceed with this profile.php. What do we have here on our nodes? So this one it's done. Now we have the upload file whitelist with SVG. Okay, so let's go back just a little bit, because this functionality here on the, let's try. Oh, this is the avatar, and okay, so let's choose. Oh, maybe I need a picture here. Copy pictures. What do I have here? Xmarter, okay. Xmarter, PNG. Now I have a picture here, and we can choose that file, select, Xmarter, upload, and we have the picture here. Oh, this is a different path. Here on the bottom left we have uploads, avatars, and then I think it's a random string underscore and the name of the file. Let me press this. Yeah. Okay, so let me see if there's anything here. Avatars. Okay, parent directory, uploads, avatar, feedback, logos. Okay, so you can list directories, avatars. This is our, let me use another user here, user 2, smarter.hsm. No, http smarter.hsm. Okay. Oh, this is a little bit small. Let's increase the font for you to see. Now let's log in with user, password, go to the profile, let's choose a file, can use the same one, pictures, exporter, upload, the string, it's the same, no, let me see. Oh, we have the two files here, so we can, well, the file it's the same, but the image is the same, so we cannot show here the difference, but the fact is we can reach both. So let me get out of here. We can refresh. That means that any user can see other users' pictures. Okay, so this is directory listing, and we can, it's not only this, it's also the uploads folder and everything inside the uploads folder without any restrictions. Okay, so now we can move on. This one is done. Now upload file whitelist. This one allow us to upload an SVG file. So let me go here, clear the screen, and copy. I already have some SVG files for these cases, so let me copy SVG. Yeah. Let me copy to here, and I will display the file. And also we can take a look at the type of the file. So I have this SVG file here, and we have a payload inside that will give us an alert when we open the file. And as you can see, the file type is an SVG scalable vector graphics image ASCII text. So you can use this file as a payload, and it's called cross-site scripting.svg. So let's try it here. So we are using user2, choose file, Capstone, SVG, upload, It's uploaded, so let's view full size, and we got an alert. So it's executing the JavaScript inside our image. Okay, let's clear this. And we have another thing here, another finding. Profile.php. So we have cross-site scripting on SVG upload. That's it. Okay, now this is done. This, okay, bypass filter. We have to check if we can bypass this filter. So let's do that. First of all, let's copy a PHP reverse shell here. Share web shells. Yeah. PHP reverse shell. Let's copy it here. Let's edit the file. Change the payload to our IP. In Vim you have to press I to go to insert mode. I'll type your IP. It's different from mine. So mine is 10.200.36.18. Escape. Write and quit. And we have a reverse. Oh, I forgot to show you. Let's grep change. So inside that reverse shell we have this IP that is supposed to be our IP and then a port. The default one is 1234 and we are going to keep that. Okay, now we have to, let me clear the screen. We have to alter this reverse shell in order to input the code or the magic bytes for a PNG file. Because PNG it's allowed. So you can go here and search for PNG magic bytes. Okay. Oh, there you go. Wow. Okay, so PNG, let's find let's find PNG. And there we go. These are the magic bytes for a PNG file. Copy it. Let's echo this. Let's pipe it to XSD with a -p flag, -r. Reverse this and send this to the ref shell .php file, something like that. Now we have this ref shell PHP file, which is technically a PNG file, and we can get our reverse shell and append that to the file we just created, and we can check this with XSD ref shell, and now we can see this file. The first bytes are the PNG. Oh, sorry. The first ones are this code 8950 4E 47 0D 0A 1A and 0A. Corresponds to these ones here. And then from here forward we have our reverse shell file, the original one, with our IP and the port 1234. Let's press Q and let's clear the screen and let's upload this file. Let's get rid of this. Choose a file, ref shell here, ref shell.php, select, upload, and we have invalid file type. So we cannot bypass this filter. We could change the extension to PNG, but then we would not be able to execute the file. But you can try this. Okay, so copy refshell to refshell.png. Now we can upload that one. Upload. It was uploaded. Going to see the file, and it's not. Okay, let's copy this. Let me show you. Let me go to the terminal, start a netcat session, and VLP on port 1234. We are listing. Now we can open a new tab, paste that link to the file, press enter. It's going to try to open the image, but it's not going to call us back because it's not executing the PHP. So let me stop this, as it's not a valid vulnerability for us. So notes, we cannot bypass the filter, so we cannot have remote code execution. We only have cross-site scripting. Done. Now, can we import from the URL base? URL here. So first of all, let me try to go to an internal endpoint like HTTP, and we can go to localhost and try to read the password file, maybe. Error, cannot fetch URL. So it's not working. We choose this again and get rid of this HTTP. And let's do it like this. Sometimes it works. Fetch. Oh, profile imported. Profile picture imported. So let's go and see this. View full size. Have nothing here, but we can copy this and let's duplicate. Let's get this file and call it password. Cat password. Oh, I did something wrong. Clear the screen. I think it's a capital O here. Yeah. Yeah, so now we have the file, cat password. Oh, and now we have the file, the password file. Okay, so we were able to get an internal system file from not using the HTTP, but using // localhost and then a relative path to the password file. Okay, so this is also a finding. So what do we have here? On profile.php we have an SSRF chained with the path Traversal. Access the file via an URL parameter, and then via a path traversal we can read the file. So let's check another thing. Let's check, let me clear here. Let's check if we can Python -m HTTP server on port 80. So I'm creating a local HTTP server on port 80, and now let me try to reach this location with HTTP, and we have 10 my IP. In this case your IP will be different, and let me try to reach this location. And terminal. Yes, it did. So you can see here that we got a GET request with a 200 response. Let me start this. So we also have server side request forgery, but this is already here. So I don't think this is a different finding. It's the same. It's SSRF. The first time we changed that with a path reversal. So, but it's the same. It's the same. And also we can try to find internal ports. Internal ports. How can I do this? Okay, so let me see. We know that port 80 is open. So fetch, and we have profile imported. Now let's do the same by changing this to 443 or another one, yeah, but 443, which is HTTPS. Let's fetch, and we have an error. So we have different message for different ports. So we can see which ports are open. Okay, let's do that. I have on my system a file with the common ports. I think it's common port. Okay. Common ports here. Let's copy it here. Let's get the common ports, and have a list of common ports we have port 80 here, have port 22, and a bunch of other ports. So let's clear the screen and we can use this. Let's go to the proxy, start intercepting requests, go here and let's put it this one, fetch. Now let's go back to the proxy. Let's send this to automate by pressing Ctrl M. Let's stop the intercept, go to automate. Once again, we need the file, so go to files, upload. We'll select the Capstone and common ports, open. Now we'll go to automate, and on this URL we select only this port, press the plus button, hosted files, and select common ports. So it's going to do a post request and it's going to cycle this number for every port on this file. Let's run it. Edit. Now the length is always the same, the status is always the same. Length. Oh, something was wrong here. So the length for port 80 is 5853, and we have profile imported from URL here on the message. Port 20, error could not fetch URL, and port 22, it was supposed to be open, but here is showing as closed. Nevertheless, this proves that we can probe the server and see what ports are open. But once again, this is server-side request forgery. So it's the same finding. We can reach external resources, can reach our Kali machine. We can change the SSRF with a path traversal to read local system files, and we can probe the internal network and see open ports. Okay, so import from URL, SSRF, local file inclusion. That's a path traversal. Traversal. Okay, so this it's done. And now we can proceed to manage account. So this one is going to the update profile PHP. So we are going to test this next. This one is done. And we can move on to the update profile PHP to update credentials. Okay, so let's go manage the account settings, update profile.php, and now we have this is our email, and we can try to what are we going to test here? Update without requesting current password. Let's try this. Let's give it user2. Let's try only the email address. Profile updated successfully. So let me go here again. Go to the page and yes. The email was updated, and it was updated without requesting the current password. And let's change the password to user2. Update credentials. Profile updated successfully. And we don't even get logged out. So it changed the password, but you continued logged in, and it didn't request the password. So let's go and record this profile.php. No, update profile. Update profile.php. And what we have here. We are able to update the email and passwords without entering the current password. Update. The other thing is that we have this from session management. So we have no regeneration on password change. Because we stayed logged in, we didn't have another session. Okay, so what else? We have this one is already tested. SQL injection. Let's try this. You can put here single quote. We also can try to change the password to a single quote. Date. Oh, okay, so we have to intercept this one also. Intercept on, browser, update credentials. No. Remove this. Now update credentials. Go back to the proxy, intercept, have a CSRF token, update email, and let's put a comma here. And the comma, as you can see here on the password, it's %27 URL encoded. So you can try this like this, forward. Intercept off, back to the browser, profile updated successfully. And now we have here on the email, there's no SQL injection here because this one, and let me log out and log in again with user2 and the password a single quote. Sign in. Yeah, it worked. Manage account settings. Let's change this to user2. Update credentials. Oh, let's remove this and update the credentials. This is just for me not to forget the password for user2. It's the same as the user. So, okay, from our notes, what do we have here? We have several things. We have client-side pass on the email address, we were able to bypass the client-side validation. Client-side validation bypass on the email address. Also, we have a weak password policy because we are able to define a password like an A or a single quote. So weak password policy. Already weak? No. Weak password policy. So we don't. This one we didn't have. Now let's try the cross-site scripting. We already know that there's no cross-site scripting at the email because we already did that earlier, and when we start testing this functionality, we had an H1 tag here, so we don't have cross-site scripting here. Here, the password is not displayed, so there's no cross-site scripting either. This one. And now for the cross-site request forgery, we can go here to the proxy. Let me choose the history, update profile, because we have this one. Let's press Ctrl R to go to replay, select replay, send this, have a 200 OK. What happens if I delete the token? Send, 200 OK. Preview. Oh, okay. Preview, invalid cross-site request forgery token. So it doesn't work. Cleaning this, the token. Let me remove everything. Maybe. Send. Okay. So undefined array. Oh, the server is waiting for the token, so we cannot simply remove it. But we can try to change this to it's a post request. Let's try to change it to a GET request. And we don't have the token. Let me change this to CSRF and send. Profile updated successfully. Browser. Let's refresh this. No. Let's go to profile, manage account settings, and yeah, the email was updated, bypassing the token, the CSRF token. Okay, that's another finding. So what can we do with this? Okay, so proxy. We can, I don't have the paid version, so I have to go to the browser and have to check my notes. CSRF charts, yeah, okay. Copy. So I can use this URL here. can go to this site, apply. We need this HTTP request form, and now we need the request itself. So let's copy this. Let's put it in the browser. And this will generate this HTML that we can copy here. Go to the terminal. You can create a new file. Let's call it CSRF proof of concept HTML. Going to insert mode by pressing I, pasting escape colon, right and quit. Let's get the file, and now we have this file that we can use as a proof of concept. Now we need to launch an HTTP web server here. Let's do it on port 80. And now we can go back to our browser. We are here. We have user 2 connected, so let's open a new tab and navigate to our IP address. Your will be different. Mine is 10.236.18, and now CSRF underscore proof PoC.html. Hit enter, and we have our page here, and we can submit the request. But let me go back here. Let's close it, clear the screen, edit the request, and alter here the. Let's zoom in on this, and let me insert PoC here, just because we need to know if the email was changed. So let's save and quit. Let's get out of the Zoom. Let's get the file, and we have this new email here. And now we can launch the server again. Go into the browser, refresh the page, and now submit the request. Profile updated, and we have this new email. So we have a control copy V. We have a CSRF bypass by changing the method from a post to a get. So what happened here is probably on the source code, the developers are checking the CSRF token only if it is a post request, and they forgot to check for a get request. Something along those lines. So, moving on. What do we have here? This one is done, this one is done, weak password done. So we checked everything and we are done, and we can move on. A lot of things open. Let's close all of this and go to the forum and notes. Forum title field, cross-site scripting, content cross-site scripting, and author cross-site scripting. Browser. So we need a new thread. New thread, title. Let's do it. Let's insert an I also to be in italic because it's easier to see here. Sometimes the H1 it's not enough, so title. You can copy this. Content. Post. Okay. Yeah. So here the title is an H1. The content is normal. So we have for now forum.php cross-site scripting on new thread title. The author. Oh, we need to check also the author. So let's log out, register, username, user3, email address. Let's take this, user3, password user3, register, okay, login. User3, sign in. Definitely it is user3, community forum, new thread, and actually we already confirmed that we have cross-site scripting here, so I can script alert document.cookie and close the script tag. We already saw on the phpinfo file that we can read the cookies. So let's try this. Post. Okay. And here we go. PHP session ID. We are reading the cookie. And the author doesn't render the HTML. Okay, so we had this title, it's done and checked. Content, we didn't have anything. Author, no, and we are done here. Let's move on. Now we have the thread, and we need to check the title, the user. Okay, one by one. Browser. Let's go and check this one. And this time we have the title. So H1. So this one we have a cross-site scripting here also. The content this time it's also in H1. The HTML got rendered. So we have thread.php cross-site scripting on title. And cross-site scripting on content. The user have to go back and see this. Oh, okay. So we can see here on the bottom left that we have thread.php id 3, so we can go here and see if the id 4, because I think this is sequential, should be the one that we have the document.cookie. So let's try this. Yes, it works, and that's where I wanted to see the user, but it's not rendering the HTML. So user field, no, done. I don't have here the content, I don't know why, but we have cross-site scripting here and it's already done. And now we'll check the post reply for SQL injection and cross-site scripting. Reply. So for cross-site scripting, reply. H1 reply, post reply. The user, oh, also on the reply you have cross-site scripting. Okay, so another one. On reply. And we already want to check SQL injection here. Let me put a single quote here. See what happens. And we get no error. And we got the single quote here. So no SQL injection. This one, no. This one, yes. And we also have an ID parameter, checking for IDORs. Yeah, of course. So let me just go back, because this one is, yeah, we have ID 997 here on the bottom left, 998, 999, and 1. These ones are, these 4 ones are the original ones, and they go from 1 to 999. So let's close this server, clear the screen, create a sequence and threads. threads, and let's go for 1001 and -1, yeah. So we had 12999, and we are going to create a file, a few numbers below 1 and a few numbers above 999. So let's create the file, go to the proxy, import this file. So, threads, yeah. Now we want to intercept this. Okay. Proxy intercept this first one, go to the proxy, intercept, Control M to go to automate, stop the intercept, automate, and now we need this ID, select the ID number, that's the plus icon, select threads, and run. It's going to take a while, and we are done. So right here I can see the length of the payload 1001. It's 2633, and these ones that we know are valid have different lengths. So let's click on the length twice, and now we have valid threads 997, 999, 998, we have 4, 2, 1, 3, and from -1 till the end we have 2633, rendering thread not found. So we had 1, the 2 was our thread, 3, 4, I had an alert here, so that's why it's hanging. Oh no, error. Oh, I hate when this happens, because I don't know how to get out of this. I have to close Caido and start it again. Maybe if you know, you can put on the comments below, because this is really a So let's close this and go to automate. We should have the results here. Yep. Let's look at this again. And here, back. Okay. So we have this 3, 2, 1. This is supposed to be the 4. And then 999. So we have 1, 2, 4, 999, 998, and 997. Proxy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 997, 999, 998. And then we have this -1 until, oh, let's get this till the end, and it's all the same. So we don't have any hidden threads here, but the vulnerability is here. So we can report it. Threads.php IDOR on the ID parameter. That's it. Okay, so done, thread done, and we can move on to the admin panel. Okay, we could have tested the login first, but well, let's do it like this. It's out of order. Now, logout. Let's log in as an administrator. Admin 123. Sign in. Close this. Go to the admin panel. So admin index.php. My notes index.php. So login as admin. Oh. Okay. So I have the name here of the user. Now I have to log out again, register a new user and call it admin2 and give it an h1, close the h1, admin2, and the password admin2. Register, login, this one, admin2, sign in, close this, we have an admin2 here, profile. Yeah, this is not going to work because we are not an administrator. Okay, so we could try to force ourselves as an administrator, but I think that's somewhere here on the register. Yes, you have this functionality here. So let's move this. Let's move this down here. And then we'll see. So moving on, we'll test the login first. So we have this next store on the URL of the login. So login. Oh, already here. Next store.php. So you can try an open redirect here. So let's create a simple HTML page. We already have one HTML page. Yeah, we can use this one. So let's launch the HTTP server, port 80. Now we can force this to HTTP. Our IP EUR will be different from mine, so mine is 10.236.18, and we have the file CSRF PoC.html. Let's press enter. Now let's log in with user, password, enter, and we are redirected to our page on our server. So this is an open redirect. Let's go back and register this. So login.php, open redirect on the next parameter. That's it. Okay, so done. And now sign in user enumeration, SQL injection, and password spraying. SQL injection. Okay. Let's use this admin A. Sign in. Okay, so incorrect password. Now let's use something else. Password A. User not found. So we have different message, and we can enumerate users like this. So let's do it. So we need a file with usernames. Let's go to our terminal. Let's close this web server, clear the screen, and let's copy the user share checklist. I think they have usernames. Yeah, and we have the top usernames. Shortlist, yeah, that's it. So copy it here. Let's get the top usernames. Okay, so we have user. That's good for our test because we need something that exists. We can also echo. Now we also have admin. So we have admin and user, and that's enough for us. So we have top usernames shortlists. So go to the proxy, upload this file, Capstone top username shortlist, and now we turn the intercept on, go to the browser, A and A, sign in, go to the proxy, intercept, and press Ctrl M to go to automate, close the intercept, go to automate, and now here on the username we select the A, the plus sign, and then we select the top username shortlist and run the attack. So what do we got here? We got different sizes. So let's sort this by length, and we have these two ones that are of the different size from the other ones, and it's the admin and the user that we know that are valid usernames. We can check this in the preview. Incorrect password, and here we have user not found. So at the login.php we can enumerate users in messages. Okay, so login, we have username enumeration, SQL injection. Let's go SQL injection. No, I don't think that I meant SQL injection. I meant trying bypass the login, like using user that we know that is a valid user, and we can try to put or 1 equals 1 dash dash space. Let me see. Oh, incorrect password. Like admin. One equals 1. Something like this. Hey. No. I don't think we can bypass the login. Okay, so moving on. Let's get rid of this. Password spraying, yeah, password spraying, because we have, we have here user. This is a valid user, and if we get the wrong password, we have this incorrect password message. So we can possibly try to, what can we do? Let's go to the terminal, clear the screen. Let's see the first passwords for the ROQ file. Share word list. ROQ? Yeah. Okay, now, just this is a big file, but the first ones we have here password that we know it's the password for the user. Or you can even echo user3 or user2. Oh, let me just copy this here. So let's put this into a file like passwords txt, and now we can insert this user2, append this to the passwords file, get passwords. Now we have two valid passwords, one for user 1 and another for user 2. And let's see if we can password spraying. So let's turn intercept on, go to the browser, select user2, password A, sign in, go to the proxy, intercept, Control M, drop this request, go to automate, select the password, press the plus sign. Oh, forgot this. So go to files, upload the file, Capstone, and passwords here. And now go to automate and select passwords. Now we can run, and you can already see that we have different lengths, all equal here for the, I'm guessing, the incorrect password, and here this is supposed to be a redirect. Yeah, 302 is a redirect, but we know that we have the correct password for user 2. So let's write this down, login .php and password spraying also via messages. Okay, so here we are done. Login done. And now we are going to proceed to the forget password. Dropped, yeah. Let's go back. Come on. Oh, come on. I don't have intercept on. Oh, yes, I have. Sorry. Browser. Okay, so let's log out. Now go to the forgot password. Enter an email to receive a verification code. So what do you have here to test? Send reset code. SQL injection, client-side validation. Send request code. Oh, SQL injection on the email and client-side validation to the email. Let's put here. Okay, SQL injection. I'm guessing if I do this. Whoa. So they don't validate the email here. If an account exists for this email, a 4-digit reset code has been sent. Okay. What else? SQL injection and client-side validation. So, can I do this? No. Did it wrong? User 2, let's do it like this. Oh. But we don't have any errors. This is a little bit strange. So, and now admin. Admin xmarter dot hsm. Send. It's not working. Oh. Oh, what's happening here? Okay, so let's get back. Let's think about it. So let's use the user at xmarter.hsm. We know that this is a valid email address. So send. It's not working. Oh, it's taking time. Oh. Let me check this one. This we know for sure that it doesn't exist, so send. Okay. So let's try again this user at xmarter. Send. Oh, it takes a long time. So maybe we have a way of enumerating emails via the time it takes for the response to arrive. Why? Oh, because if the email exists, it has to send an email. So if the developers check the email address and send the email, if the email exists, then if they include if they send the email and then send back the response, that will give us an extra time on the response, and we can enumerate the email. Okay, so let's try that one. Let's clear the screen and let's create a file. Let's create a file, and let's create a file with emails.txt. Let's put here user at smarter.hsm. Then we need admin at smarter.hsm, and we need something else. We can use also smart.hsm and pdb@gmail.com and end of file. Okay, so let's get the file, emails, and we have a file with 4 emails, and we can use this for our testing. So proxy, files, upload this file, and emails. Okay, now we can turn intercept on, go to the browser, use an email here, send reset code, go to the proxy, intercept, press Ctrl M to go to automate, drop this request, set intercept off, go to automate, and select the email, press the plus icon, select emails, ensure the preprocessor has URL encode, because in the file we don't have the URL encoded files, and run. Okay, so this doesn't make any sense. 23332. These ones, they don't exist, and these two, we know that they are valid emails, but the round trip time is off. Okay, I'm not sure why. So let's open Burp Suite. And let's test this in another proxy. Because Caido, it's not, I don't think this is correct. Okay, so Burp Suite. Let's select the proxy, intercept on. Let's go to the browser, change this to burp. Well, let me go back to Caido. Center, login, forgot password. Now we can go to burp, user 2, send reset code, intercept is here, so let's forward this to repeater, no, to intruder. let's drop this request, go to intruder, select email, add, and now load. Emails open. We have all the emails here. URL encode. Start attack. Okay. Oh, sorry. I have this here. Yeah. Okay, so what do we have here? We have all the response. Yeah. This one. Yeah, these two, the user and the admin, are taking way too much time. Not too much time. It's longer time. It takes longer to process the request than these two that it doesn't exist. This one, I think it's functioned correctly. So let's close this, discard, close this, yes, and let's put Caido here, fresh, yeah, why not? And for our notes, we need to put this, forgot password from PHP, and we have a time-based email enumeration. Okay. Now, another thing that I saw here is like if you do it like this, you are unable to do it because you have a client-side validation here. But if you intercept the request, we can put an email here. So I think let me user proxy intercept on send proxy intercept. Let's do it like this, for intercept off browser, and let me check here on the HTTP history, edited, and we have 200 OK. So we can bypass the client-side validation. Okay. Bypass email client-side validation. Now, let's see more. So this one, it's tested, done. Now for the verify code, because a 2-digit code, a 4-digit code, it's going to be very easily, we can bypass that. So let me just check here, 1, 2, 3, 4, verify, not found, reset confirm PHP, not found. Oh, this is a broken functionality. Okay, so let's grab this, and report it. Forgot password, not PHP. And what can we say? Can say that this endpoint is not accessible. We have a 404 not found. And also we have a possible bypass of the 4-digit code due to quick token generation. Okay, so the verified code tries to reach the reset confirm PHP endpoint, but it is not found, so we don't know if the endpoint would allow a two-factor authentication bypass, but we can report it anyway, since it's a broken functionality. We can also report that the 4-digit code could be bypassed if no extra defenses are implemented. So that's done. That's done, and also this page are done. So let's go to register. Browser, back, register, and what do we have here on register? Register new user. User enumeration, SQL injection, rate limit, so the usual. Okay, so let's try to register an existing user, like user. This could be anything else, and password. Register. Username is already taken. So this here allows us to enumerate users. But let me just go back here and test. Sorry. If let's call it user 5, and let's use the email of the user. Register. The email is already registered. So we can also enumerate emails. So let me just put it here. Register.php, and we have user enumeration. Register.php, we have email enumeration. Let's clear the screen. Let's create a sequence of 100 users. Register. Let's try to see if you have any limit on to register users. Let's try to register 100 users. So we have this sequence, register of 100 that you can use. Let's go here and turn intercept on, browser. Let's use user underscore email user underscore at, I don't know, gmail.com, and password we'll use user underscore register. Let's go to our proxy, intercept, send this to automate with Control M, drop this request, close the intercept, go to automate. I need the file, so files, upload. Let's put here the register. Now go to automate, and now we can say like this. I don't know how to do it otherwise, so let's put this plus and select register, and we can do the same here, plus, and here with the plus, and all of them will use this register. So we're going to register 100 new users, and it's going to be user underscore 1, 2, 3, 4 until 100. The email is going to be also different for each one of them, and also the password. So let's run this. At least the status code is always 200. So let me see. Rendering, create account. Registration successfully. Registration successfully. The length is always the same. Yeah, 2960. Okay, so it seems to work. Let's check that. Let's go back. Come on. Let's log in and choose one of those, user 75, and the password will be user 75. Sign in, and we are logged in as user 75, so it worked. So we can report this as mass registration. And also we have this weak password policy. Let me use ABC, password A, sign in. Yeah, of course, create account. Yeah, username A, passwords, put a.mail.com, and A, register. Oh, okay, so let me try to log in. And we are logging as A. So we have also register.php, weak password policy, and weak username policy. Username shouldn't be just one yeah. Okay, let's report it anyway. Now, what else do you have here? User enumeration, already saw that. SQL injection, rate limit. Rate limit we don't have, we can register with mass registration, so we don't have a rate limit. Cross-site scripting, weak password policy. So we need to test cross-site scripting. But we already did that in other tests because it all comes down to the email and username, and we already saw through the application. Let's do it anyway. I'm not sure. So like logout, create account. Let's use this. Okay, let's do this admin2. Here we already did it. So. But even so, let's do it again. Oh no, I have to intercept. No, there's no need for that. Admin2, register, username, admin3, and admin3, register, login, admin3, sign in. So here, okay, let's go through every functionality. Store blog. Blog is just text, community forum. We already test this, so yeah, profile. We already saw this. Yeah, and logout. So maybe in the admin panel, but we'll check that later. So logout. Okay, so register user with limit, weak password policy, cross-site scripting, and we already saw the SQL injection also. So this one is done. Force admin. Okay, we can do. Can create an account. Admin force. Admin force. .com and admin force. No, just a. We have to turn intercept on. Register. Put intercept. And let's insert here a new parameter like isAdmin21, because earlier in the SQL injection that we had, that we retrieve information from the database, one of the columns of the users table was is_admin. So let's try this for intercept off. Let's go here, login, and admin _force, password A, sign in. We don't have this, the admin panel here, so log out. Let's try that again. Admin force 2. Intercept, register, intercept again, go here, and let's do what was the other ones. is admin and admin. I can even do all of those, but then I don't know which one worked. So let's copy this one. These are the common ones. So is admin equals to 1, port, intercept off, browser, login. Admin force 2, read A, sign in. Oh, admin panel here. So it worked. It worked. I was hoping the is_admin was going to work because of the column on the database, but this one did the trick. So, okay. Register.php force admin with is admin equals 1. Now, so register. This one is done. Email enumeration, we already saw that. Client-side validation, we already saw, but I didn't register here. Register.php have bypass email client-side validation. Okay, so this one is also done, and I think we are done with this page. Now we are going to proceed to the admin panel, but I have to take a little break, and I'll come back in a few moments. I'm back, let's continue. Next on the list, it's the admin panel. We are logged in as admin force 2, admin panel. And what do we have here for testing? Logged in as admin cross-site scripting. So here logged in as. So let's go logout. But I don't have anything with HTML, so I have to register a new one. So page 1 admin XSS page 1 a.com. Not sure if I've done this already, so maybe not those words. And A for the password. And we have to intercept this. Register, proxy, intercept. We have to add is admin equals 1. Fourth, intercept off. Now should we be able to log in? H1. Cross-site scripting, A, sign in, and now we have the admin panel. And okay, so the HTML is not rendered, so here we don't have anything. This one, it's going to be in the settings later, so this is done. Moving on to admin settings, we have an upload with whitelist, we are going to try to bypass the filter and maybe remote code execution. So let's see that. Here at the global settings, admin settings, we have the, okay, let's try to bypass this filter. Okay, so let's choose a file. We had already a reverse shell here, revshell.php, and this one, let's try the original one. Select, save, not a valid image. So let's choose this one, which is the one that we already inserted the magic bytes for a PNG. Let's check that. Let's clear the screen and XSD reverse shell.php. Or can even get this file. Go to the beginning and we have this here. Those are the magic bytes. So I have to reverse shell .php, save changes, and we have these settings updated, and we have a path to the file. Okay, so let's copy this. Let's go to the terminal, clear the screen, launch a netcat session, and VLP. We defined port 1234. And let's go to the browser. And let's ... so it's here. V. Have a ... here, so we get out of the admin, and this should be the path. We can copy this and try it here. Curl. And we got a shell. Oh, we got the shell. So we got remote code execution. Who am I? We are www data. Hostname, IPA, ipconfig. Well, doesn't matter. So we have remote code execution right here. So let's get out of here and exit. Ctrl C. And let's document this. So at the admin settings .php, we have a bypass of the file upload whitelist using magic bytes and that led to remote code execution. Okay, so here, done, save changes, oh, here, so we have this website name. Maybe we can try and see, oh, H1, if we can let's try some cross-site scripting. Changes. It reverted to the same one. Okay. Make smarter. Save. What? The same one again. Proxy. Intercept on. Save changes. Proxy. Intercept. What do we have here? Post, settings, site name. Site name. Site name. Where is it, this XSmart? We just put this one like in here. Or set off. History. 200 OK. And it reverted to the same. I think this is not working. It's not changing anything. Broken functionality. Okay, so website name. Let's put it here. Broken functionality. Enable to change the website name. Okay. So if it's not working, I cannot. Well, I can try. Put a single quote here. Alright, yeah, it's not working. So done. Settings are done. And now we are going to continue to the feedback.php. So submit review without being authenticated. I think we already done that. Yeah, add feedback without authentication. So this one is already done. Submit feedback button, SQL injection and cross-site speed scripting. So let's do that. Let's get out of, let's go to dashboard. Right to the store. Feedback here at the bottom. And now we need to test the submit feedback button. Okay, so let's do it. H1 I. This is the name. And close the H1 tag. We'll do the same to the message. And submit feedback. Oh. Thank you for your feedback. Name L. Oh, I have this. This. Okay. Let's do this the right way. And 2. Message 2. Submit feedback. Okay, so now we have this here. I don't know if we already have this one on the findings. Feedback. No. to the end, because the name here, I think here we could have an HTML injection, but here on the right we have the name. This should come from the database. So this one, it's a stored cross-site scripting, also the message. So we have these two here. feedback.php. We have stored cross-site scripting, and the name field, the name, and the message fields. So we could, they're both name, message, and we have this one here. Thank you for feedback. So let's also get this one here. HTML injection and the thank you message. This one here, it's an HTML injection, and this one here, those two are stored cross-site scripting. Okay. This one is like this because I didn't close the tag on the previous example. That's why. Okay, so and we can also try, so we have the cross-site scripting and SQL injection maybe. Let's use A and B. Submit feedback. No errors, and the single quote is present here and here. So we don't have SQL injection. What else? So this one is done. Thank you message HTML injection is done. Recent reviews. Done. Submit feedback button. Yep. Okay, that's it. We are done here. We are done. Moving on, we have dev subdomain. So I already did this. No. Index store exposed phpinfo. Exposed kit ignore. Okay, so we have the phpinfo link done. Version disclosure. This, okay, so let's review this. We have this version here. Welcome to the Hack Smartest Staging Server. Okay. Let's report it anyway. So dev subdomain version disclosure, and then we have a reference for test data SQL. Let's copy this, check it here. Okay, let me dev.export hsm/n. Maybe it's here. Not found. Maybe on the main one. HTTP. Not found. Yeah, not sure about this. Okay, maybe nothing. Let's get out of here. And now, what else? Okay, so done. Disable links and logs for DB logs. Have those links here, but these are respect the H reference. It's to the page itself. So I mean, nothing here. Database admin, log viewer, yeah, nothing here. And this one, okay, let's go. Done. And this build here, region logging. We already saw this. That was that feature that disables some products that we bypassed by manipulating the DOM or clicking on the link on the title of the product. So I don't think that's nothing here, I think. So done, and then it was only the phpinfo and this version. I don't know. Now fuzzing. Let's copy this and check the API. I have two APIs here, forum, post. So this seems to be the API. Use it to post on the forum. You can check that. It's order. So we are logging as, let's log out and log in as user. Password. Let's go to the forum and let's make a new thread. Intercept the request for. Let's move this to the browser and something post proxy intercept, and that's it. API forum post.php, API forum post.php. That's the one. So we have the data passed to the API. It's the user ID, the title, and the content. The thing is, we are passing the user ID. So maybe it's posting under this user ID and not from the current session. So whenever we post on the forum, it should be under this user here. But if we are going to specify here a user ID, maybe we can post this as another user. Okay, so user ID 2 belongs to the user. I'm guessing that user ID 1 is the user ID for the admin. Let's try this. So I changed this from a 2 to a 1 to try to post this message in the forum as admin and not as user. Sorry. Proxy intercept off, and yeah, so this one here was posted as admin. If you do a new one without changing, should be as user. Yeah, so we are posting as another user on the system. Okay, let's try to do another one. Let's intercept again. Okay, so let's intercept the request again. Post. Let's go to intercept. Let's put here ID, I don't know, 75. So let's do this. Let's remove the cookie to see if we can post this without being authenticated. Let's try. Error, unauthorized. And let's stop this. And cancel. So you cannot post without authentication, but we can forge an author by specifying the user ID. Of course, we don't know the user ID. I guess that the user ID 1 was from admin, but we can, by trial and error, you can find some user that you want to post on behalf of. So, okay, so let's move along. Let's go back, products. Oh, we have all the products here. Let's copy this. Let's echo this. And pipe this to JQ. And yeah, we can see here, this one, it's the unreleased item. So let's imagine that we didn't have that IDOR on the product ID. We could get to this unreleased item just by messing around with the API. So let's put that here. So /API and to list all products. Okay, assets. assets. So let's go here. Assets. I already saw this one. Okay. Assets, then config. Oh, we had this db.php. Nothing here. It's empty. Page source, yeah, it's empty. So we are able to reach this file, but the file is empty. So I'm not sure if this is a finding. For one side, we can reach the file, and maybe the file is going to be updated sometime in the future. I don't know. Well, let's copy this, and we can say that we can reach this file, and we'll see later on. Includes okay, so we have auth, footer, header, language, those two, okay, but we cannot see the files. Can only list the files. Okay, so includes test, have a build log here. Build log, GitHub actions, dev team, domain, test passed. Oh, manual deploy required for the subdomain. So we have here the disclosure of a subdomain. Okay. So here we have disclosure of a subdomain. Dev. And then we had uploads. Uploads we already saw. So fuzzing, it's done. And we reach the end of our listing. Done, 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 done. Everything is checked. Now, what did we not check? We didn't check the session config. So browser. Let's close this one. So we didn't check the session management. Let's log in with user and password. Let's see. Let's press F12 to get the developer options. Let's go to application, PHP session, and I have to make this a little bit small. HTTP only, it's missing. So this allows the cross-site scripting to steal cookies. The secure is also missing. the same site is also missing. So that's why we can do that cross-site request forgery that we did earlier. And okay, so let's report this. Session config. We have HTTP only, secure, and same site flags are missing. Okay. Now, what can we do here? We have this. Okay, let's log out. Let's keep this open. Let's delete this. Go here. Now we have a PHP session ID without logged in, which is, let's copy and put it here. And now we are going to log in as the user, password, sign in, and the value, it's the same. Exactly the same. So the PHP session ID, it's not regenerated after authentication. Can report that also. It's also a session config problem. So this is called session fixation. This is a session fixation because the PHP session ID is not regenerated after authentication. Yep. And also, I had a few breaks during this video and I didn't notice a logout from the session. I noticed it in the VM, but not at this session. So I had to confirm this, but I had to spend some time waiting. But I think that we have no session timeout. And now, here, if we log out, we continue on this with this PHP session ID. So that's another finding. That's another finding. Okay. So we have an insecure logout. This is on the logout.php. Insecure logout. What else do we have here? What are the things that we cover in the course that we didn't test? Clickjacking. Yeah, clickjacking. So we just have to look into the let's do it here. We have a lot of requests here. So here, store, login. I'm looking for the cross-frame options on the response headers, but it doesn't seem to have one. Also, let me clear here, curl -i xmarter.hsm, and yes, we don't have it here. And if we log in user password login headers, yes, we don't have the X-frame options, so that's another finding. So we are missing X-frame, I think it's like this, options, leading to possible clickjacking attack. Yeah, that's it. And I think we are done. We have plenty of findings here. We could join some of them, so the list will be shorter, but I think we are done. So this will be the basis for our report. Now I have to go through each one of these and build a report, but I'm not going to do that because I think this is a long video. So, well, that's it. That's my take on the Capstone challenge for the web app pen testing course over on xmarter.org. This is the end of our journey. Thank you so much for staying till the end of the video. I hope you like it as much as I did. I know I had some problems with the sound. I do apologize for that. It's something I have to improve in future videos. Let me know what you think about the video. Drop some comments below. Maybe I did something really bad that I'm not aware of. Or maybe you have some other points of view, or you can do things in a different way. I'd love to know that. Comment, reach out, let me know what you think. If I can learn something from you, that's really, really great. That's the whole point of this, is to learn new things. So I really would appreciate that you share your point of view. So thank you so much, and I see you in the next video. Thank you. Bye.